Well, now that Kururugi, or now that Michiru's run off on his own because he's too afraid to face his own feelings, uh, let's see what trouble he'll get up to.
とりあえず今日泊まるところ探さなきゃ。
Alright, so this is actually Kururugi just talking to himself then. Or themselves. In the English version, Kururugi says, "First, I need to look for a place to stay tonight." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "First of all, I need to find a place to stay tonight." Not too different.
待っていた。
Hi, Utsugi. Oh, this isn't good. We know what happened the last time Kururugi fought Utsugi, but now he also has Kana, so... who's gonna come and save us now? In the English version, Utsugi says, "I was waiting for you." While according to the Google Translate result, Utsugi more simply says, "I was waiting."
うつぎ、どうしてこんなところに。
Yeah, that Kururugi's definitely taken by surprise here. Like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting to run into Tsugi here. This is a really good track, though. Like, damn. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with, "Utsugi, what are you doing here?" According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Utsugi, why are you here?"
その魂、もらい受ける。
Alright, there's the mention of Tamashi again. Which again could be spirit or soul, depending on context, but I'm pretty sure it's soul here because... in the English version, Utsugi says... "I will have your soul." From Google Translate, the result has Utsugi say, "receive his soul." Which, I'm assuming from the translation, Utsugi is giving this order to Kana. Which is another change in the dialogue, in context regarding to who Utsugi is speaking to. In the English version, Utsugi is responding to Kururugi and answering them. But in the Japanese, Utsugi is pretty much dismissing Kururugi's question and telling Kana, like, "get his soul for me."
魂って簡単に言うなよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "My soul? You can't just do that." But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Don't talk so lightly about souls." I want to check the other translator real quick on this one. Okay, no, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Sa, Kanna, あの子の魂よ。
Okay. In the English version, Utsugi says, "Kana, take his soul." But from the Google Translate results, Utsugi says, "Now, Kana, the child's soul." Or it could also be the boy's soul, but whatever.
魂ちょうだい。
In the English version, Kana says, "Give me your soul." But in the Japanese version, according to the Google Translate result, yeah, no, Kana also says, "Give me your soul." Okay. So it starts with Kururugi being taken by surprise, and then a scream of pain, because it's probably painful getting your soul just kind of ripped out of your body. But it was definitely a better pained scream out of Kururugi than the English version, in my opinion. Okay, this will be interesting, because in the English version, Kururugi just lets out a weak "No!" But here, there's definitely a little bit more. According to the translation, it's not too different, with Kururugi just going, "No way!" But I almost want to take a bit of a liberty, and have it be, "No, this can't." Cutting off, trying to say, "This can't be." Or you could even just have it be, "No, this can't be."
抗うな、忘れる。苦しいことも悲しいことも。
Interesting. I didn't realize that Utsugi has a little bit of a smile here. In the English version, Utsugi says, "Don't resist. Forget about everything. Forget about everything. All your sadness and your pain." From the Google Translate results, Utsugi says, "Don't resist. Forget it. The pain and the sadness." Okay, no. Holy shit, the Japanese voice here is really fucking good. In the English version, in the Japanese version, here, Kururugi very much sounded like they were losing strength. Like, they are about to die. In the English version, however, Kururugi says, "I won't forget. And for whatever reason, the English version gives Kururugi a bit more energy to their voice, which, compared to the Japanese version, not a fucking chance. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi very weakly says, "Forget everything.
あの矢は
Of course, the process is interrupted. Supposedly, Kururugi's soul went back to his body, or went back to their body, so they have some form of consciousness now. In the English version, very much, again, gives Kururugi a bit more energy in their voice, because after the arrow is shot, they say, "What? That arrow?" But according to the Google Translate and taking how Kururugi's voice came out here, the translation is, what was that arrow?
ようやく見つけたぞ。奈落の居場所、教えてもらう。
And look who should come out of nowhere to save Kururugi's poor butt. In the English version, if I can get to it. In the English version, Kikyo says, I finally found you. Tell me where Naraku is. The Google Translate result is actually a little broken here. And so is the other translation. I think I can still figure something out, though. So, the Google Translate result verbatim has Kikyo say, I finally found it. I'll let you know where Naraku is. But I feel like it should be, I finally found you. Now, tell me where Naraku is. Which would be pretty close to what the English version has. Because I don't know what else the translation could be.
Miko-san?
In the English version, Kururugi questions, huh? A priestess? But again, English version, there's not really any weakness to Kururugi's voice when speaking here. When there clearly is in the Japanese version, because, like, again, Kururugi very nearly had their soul ripped out of their body. Of course they're going to be absolutely, like, toast from it. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, a shrine maiden? Though, it could also be worded as a priestess? Because Miko can be shrine priestess or shrine maiden, though priestess is perfectly fine. Especially if you want to line it up with the English dub of the anime, and I assume the manga? I haven't read a lot of the manga, so I don't really know if they use the term priestess or shrine maiden.
浜の力帰郷か
Let's see. In the English version, Mitsuki says, the power of purification. It's you, Kikyo. According to the Google Translate result, though, Utsugi apparently says the power to destroy demons. Kikyo. How does the other translator turn it out? Absolutely bupkis. Again, largely just to line it up with the English dub of the anime, instead of the power to destroy demons, I do think the translated result should read out as the power of purification. Kikyo.
カンナ引き上げよう
In the English version, Utsugi continues with, Kana, get back. Which is interesting, because that's not what this says according to the translation. According to Google Translate, Utsugi says, Kana, we're leaving. And nothing out of Kana. As Itsuki proceeds to teleport. Because sure, he can just do that now.
あなたは
Hmm. Alright. In the English version, Kururugi asks, "Who are you?" But again, Japanese version has a has a more noticeable weakness to their voice. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's line here is, "Who are?" I do think it could also be, like, considering there was Anata, it could be, "Who are you?"
ここは
In the English version, Kururugi's line here is, "Where am I?" From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is saying, "Where is this?" Though considering the line technically isn't finished, it could also be, "Where is," or "Where are," or, sorry, not "where are," but "Where am," almost wanting to finish with "Where am I?"
そうだ僕カンナに魂を吸われそうになってそれで助けられたんだっけ
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "I remember now. Kana was trying to take my soul, and then someone helped me." From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "That's right. Kana was about to suck my soul out, but then she saved me."
ここどこなんだろう
In the English version, Kururugi questions, "Where am I?" From the Google Translate results, it's the same thing, with "Where am I?"
桔梗さんって言ったっけあの巫女さんどこに行ったのかな
Now this is going to be interesting, because the English version does a little bit of a weird thing that I hope the translation fixes up. Because in the English version, Kururugi says here, "Where is the priestess who said her name was Kikyo?" Doesn't make sense, because Kikyo wasn't the one who said her name. Utsugi was. And then Kururugi proceeded to pass out. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi questions that shrine maiden, or priestess, whose name was Kikyo-san. I wonder where she went. Okay, so the translation does clear this up. Kururugi doesn't specify anyone saying Kikyo's name. They just recall, wait, her name was Kikyo, right? So yeah, no, god damn, the Japanese version makes so much more fucking sense.
いいもの見つけた
Which one is this? I'm pretty sure this is a seed, but I don't remember. Yeah, there we go. Silver seed. Let's see. I just need to mess with that a little bit. Now, this is also going to be interesting because the English version did a weird here too. Or at least it feels really weird in the English version. So let's see what the translation comes out as. In the English version, Kururugi asks, "What is this?" Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as. All right.
綺麗だな。
Okay. So Kururugi does say "kirei." In the English version, Kururugi remarks, "That's so beautiful." But in the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "It's beautiful."
気がついたのか?
Alright, so that's what Kikyo sounds like in Japanese. Honestly, not bad. In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "You're awake." But according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo is apparently saying, "Did you notice?" The Deep L translation result, though, has her say, "You noticed." So already, on this part, the English version is changing what's being said. From the Japanese version, I'm curious if it's supposed to suggest that Kikyo is surprised that Kururugi noticed the soul collectors. I forget what they're called in Japanese. But the English version is more, she's like, "Oh, finally, you've woken up." And just kind of trying to hide what she was doing.
あ、ごめんなさい。綺麗だなって思って。
Okay, so Kururugi's still talking about how beautiful all that was. Alright, let's see if the wording is any different from the English version, because like just the way Kururugi spoke about it in the English version was weird to me. In the English version here, Kururugi says, "I'm sorry. I just thought it was beautiful." But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Oh, sorry. I just thought it was pretty." When it comes to Kirei, it can be translated as beautiful or pretty. Either one is honestly pretty fine. But I do think the translation alternating between beautiful and pretty based on the context of how the characters are speaking to each other is a little bit better than Kururugi just constantly saying it was beautiful. And yes, guys can think things are pretty too, especially back then.
きれい? おかしなことを言う。
In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "Beautiful." That's a weird thing to say. From the Google Translate results, Kikyo is saying, "Beautiful." He says strange things. Again, it's the thing with how Kirei translates, so it could be beautiful or pretty. So, with Kururugi, changing it between pretty and beautiful also makes sense. he says strange things, though, absolutely can be reworded. Either it can be reworded here as you say, either you say strange things to Kururugi, or it could be reworded to such a strange thing to say.
ごめんなさい、桔梗さん。でも本当に綺麗だったから。
Okay, so yeah, no, they're still going with the Kire thing. All right, in the English version, okay. No, the Japanese version the English version absolutely dropped the ball here a little bit. In the English version, Kururugi says, "I'm sorry, Kikyo, but it was just so beautiful." But from the translation results and looking at how the Japanese text is and how Kururugi spoke, the translation is from Kururugi is, "I'm sorry, Kikyo-san?" Because Kururugi wants to verify that he's getting her name right. And then continues with, "But it was really beautiful."
綺麗なものか、この光はな。
In the English version, Kikyo's response is, "You can't say this is beautiful. This light is..." The Google Translate result is broken. So let's see how the other one looks. Okay, the other one's broken as well. I need to take this apart. Because that... let's see. Hmm. Okay. So according to the Google Translate result, since I managed to fix it up a little, apparently Kikyo is saying, "Is it something beautiful? This light is..." Uh, I'm... I'm a little conflicted on having that first part translated as, "Is it something beautiful?" But again, issue with the English version sometimes outright changing dialogue, so it doesn't even really match the Japanese version. Again, with earlier English version Kikyo saying, "You're awake," while the translation of the text of the Japanese text came out as, "Did you notice?" or "You noticed." If I wanted it to line up with what the English version has, which was, "You can't say this is beautiful," I think the translation should be, "Don't say it's beautiful." So, I guess depending on how accurate the Google Translate result is, the result will either be, "Is it something beautiful? This light is," or, "Don't call it beautiful. This light is..."
いや、動けるようになったのなら行くがいい。
In the English version, Kikyo continues with, "Never mind. If you can walk now, you should get going." According to the Google Translate result, Kikyo is saying, Well, if you can move now, go ahead. I almost want to say that go ahead should be get going. Which, yeah, I think I'd be comfortable with rewording go ahead to get going in this regard.
あ、はい。助けてくれてどうもありがとうございました。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, okay, thank you for helping me. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, oh, yes. Sorry about that. Let's try that again. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, oh, yes. Thank you very much for your help. I mean, being incredibly formal, yeah, in this situation, it makes sense.
気境見つけた。
In the English version, this villager says, Kikyo, I found you. Which is also what the Google Translate result says. Though, the droning in the voice in the Japanese version does absolutely add a nice touch to what's going on. Whereas in the English version, you can't really tell if they're committing to the low droning based on the situation, or if it's just because when it's not the original cast from the series, they just absolutely drop the fucking ball on voice actors. I am much more inclined to believe the latter when it comes to the English version, because holy shit, some of the extra characters in the English version sound pretty fucking bad.
お前の魂を
In the English version, the woman says, give me your soul. According to the Google Translate result, and the Deep L translation result, the woman simply says, your soul.
どういうこと？
Alright, here's Kurugi's reaction to all this. In the English version, Kurugi says, what are you saying? While according to the Google Translate result, Kurugi says, what do you mean?
下がれ。こいつらは操られている。おそらくあのカンナに。
That was pretty snappy in her voice at the start. Like, pretty quick. The English version doesn't really have the quickness, but Kikyo's tone of voice is definitely like, hey, it's dangerous. In the English version, Kikyo says, get back! These guys are being controlled by Kana. Okay, apparently neither of the translators want to translate Sagare. They just want to transliterate it. But according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo should be saying, "Get back. These guys are being manipulated. Probably by Kana."
私たちを探し出し捕らえろと命令されているのだろう。
So about that, I do like how the Japanese version has Kikyo only guess that they're being controlled by Kana, because if they don't have souls, they're considered dead. And when Kana was first introduced in the story, it was Kikyo who controlled them with Dance of the Dead. The English version, though, very much makes Kikyo fully believe that Kana is the only one controlling them. Which, okay, sure. Like, I actually could believe that Kana can. I don't recall if she ever has controlled the bodies of people she's taken the souls from. But, alright. In the English version here, Kikyo continues with, "They came looking for us, and they have been ordered to capture us." Okay, the Google Translate result is very much broken here. And so are the Deep L translation results. Verbatim, the Google Translate result is having Kikyo say, "Look for us. They've probably been ordered to capture him." Actually, hold on. I thought there was something I could use from Kikyo's previous line that would lead into this better, but not really. So I can only assume then that the translated result should be close-ish to the English version, at least. Ending on Kikyo saying they've probably been ordered to capture him, of course, should be capture us. So to fix the start, it should be, "They're looking for us. They've probably been ordered to capture us."
Tamashi yokose.
In the English version, this other villager says, "Give me your soul." While according to the Google Translate results, he says, "Give me your soul." Also, just something a little interesting. In the English version, the name that they gave to this villager is Hisaroku. But according to the Google Translate result, his name is Kuroku. So I have no idea why the English version chose to change his name, unless his name can be read as Hisaroku. Again, I don't know Japanese, and I know there's different ways to read the same character, especially if it comes to a name. So, just something I figured I'd point out.
逃げよう、キキオさん。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "We have to run away, Kikyo." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Let's run, Kikyo-san." I mean, the context for both is the same. It's definitely different wording. Given the situation, though, I would prefer the Google Translate result, because the fewer words spoken to get the same point across in a situation like this, where they're being chased after, makes a bit more sense.
やむを得んな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "We have no choice." While according to the translation result from Google Translate, Kikyo says, "It can't be helped."
来い。
This should just be Kikyo saying, "Come," as in, "Follow me." In the English version, Kikyo calls out "come" as well. But, you could very much make a joke out of this. Especially with the English version. From the English version, Kikyo asks, "Are you okay?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo asks, "Are you okay?"
はい、僕は。キキオさんこそ大丈夫ですか？
Alright, I am glad that the Japanese version had Kururugi sound out of breath, considering all that supposed running. In the English version, Kururugi answers, "Yes, I'm fine. Are you okay?" According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi answers, "Yes, I... Are you okay, Kikyo-san?" Little interesting that apparently in the Japanese version, Kururugi doesn't fully answer. But I would be comfortable, or I would be fine with the translation being reworded at the start to be, "Yes, I'm fine," with the ellipses for Kururugi catching their breath. But then continuing with, "Are you okay, Kikyo-san?" Compared to the English version just being, "Are you okay?" Again, like, very much the Japanese version is having Kururugi be a bit more formal and respectful by using Kikyo's name here.
大丈夫か。
Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "I'm okay, I think." The Google translation result apparently has Kikyo asking again, "Are you okay?" Let's get back to that. I want to see what she says for the rest of this, because she does have more. So I want to see if it leads to anything. And if it can be fixed up a little. Right.
お前が綺麗だというあの光。あれは死んだ人間の魂だ。
Okay. So with Kikyo's previous one, I think the translation should be, I'm alright. I don't know why the English version had Kikyo respond with, I'm okay. I think it might have something to do with how Kikyo ended that last sentence with, like, spoke that sentence with, Daijobu ka. If I'm even repeating it correctly. Because what she says here in the English version is, that light that you thought was beautiful, it is the souls of people that have died. According to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, that light that you called beautiful is the soul of a dead person. I do think it could be reworded a little to the soul of a person who has died. Probably also, instead of that light that you called beautiful, to the light that you called beautiful. Like, as long as call gets replaced to called from this translation, I'm fine with it either being the light that you called beautiful is the soul of a dead person, or that light that you called beautiful is the... sorry. I'm stumbling over my own words. I'm fine with the translation result being either that light that you called beautiful is the soul of a dead person, or that light that you called beautiful is the soul of a person who has died. Either of those is fine.
私は魂を集めている。普通の人間ならば必要のない誰かの魂をな。
Alright, let's see what's happening here. In the English version, Kikyo continues with, I'm collecting souls, something that normal people wouldn't find a use for. According to the Google Translate results, Kikyo says, I collect souls. Souls that normal humans don't need. Okay. No, that is a little interesting. No, wait, no, because she says normal people in the English version, too. I mean, considering she mentions Tamashi twice in this, I do think it... This is a case where the English version and the translated result aren't too different. I'd be fine with either. Though I do kind of like the translations ending with that normal humans don't need, rather than that normal people wouldn't find a use for. No, I think I'd go with the translation result on this.
Kikyo-san.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying Kikyo's name, like, they're a little surprised.
分かったなら私に構うな。もうすぐ村人たちも追いついてくる。さあ、行け。
In the English version, Kikyo says, now that you understand, leave me be. The villagers are after me. Now go. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kikyo says, "If you understand, then leave me alone. The villagers will catch up soon. Come on, let's go." The translation result is fine. I do think I'd change the "come on, let's go" with the "now, go." Similar to what the English version has, but otherwise... Otherwise, the Google Translate result, I do think it's a little better. Because the English version, I mean, granted, yes, the villagers did specify Kikyo, but we also know that Utsugi is after Kururugi, so they're both together, so the English version being, the villagers are after me, when they very well could be after both of them. The translated result being the villagers will catch up soon sits a little bit better with me.
たとえ桔梗さんが人じゃなくても僕のことを助けてくれた。
Let's see here. From the English version, Kururugi responds with, "You came to my rescue, even though you're not human." From the Google translation result, Kururugi says, "Even though Kikyo-san isn't human, she still helped me." This gets a little interesting because I actually am a little fine with the translation coming out with this result. For one, because Kururugi does say Kikyo's name in the dialogue and in the text. Again, very likely to be a bit more formal and respectful. So saying "she still helped me" instead of "you still helped me" also makes a bit of sense. Because then you could take it as, like, Kururugi's trying to explain, or possibly under the idea that Kururugi is pretending to speak to themselves so that Kikyo can hear and be like, "Very well then, do as you wish." So yeah, the translation results either can stay as is, even though Kikyo isn't human, she still helped me, or to be closer to the English version, it would be reworded to, "Even though you aren't human, you still helped me." Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "I can't just leave you alone now, Kikyo." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi continues with, "That's why I can't leave Kikyo-san behind." So this is why I don't mind the idea of, from the previous part of Kururugi saying, "Even though Kikyo's not human, she still helped me." Because if I kept the translated result as this, "That's why I can't leave Kikyo-san behind," I could very much take it as Kururugi, again, pretending that they're talking to themselves, or accidentally, or quote-unquote accidentally thinking out loud, so that Kikyo can hear and be like, "Well, if that's what you wish, I won't stop you." Yeah, like, Kikyo's definitely taken off guard from this.
だってそうだろ。桔梗さんはいい人じゃないか。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "You can't blame me. You're a nice person." Okay, this translation result's a little weird. Let's see what I can do with it. Alright. Try this. Why is it translating like that? Alright. According to the Google Translate result, verbatim, Kururugi is apparently saying because it is. Kikyo is a nice person. That start of because it is does not feel right. The Deep L translation result isn't too bad, with Kururugi apparently saying because, you know, isn't Kikyo a nice person? I almost want to say I'd rather the translated result be that's how it is. Kikyo is a nice person. But let's see what the rest of this is.
だったら僕だっていい人でいたい。
After all, the English version had Kururugi say, "You can't blame me," so having that first part come out as that's how it is. Wouldn't be too much of a stretch, I don't think. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "If you can be kind, then I should be able to as well." According to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, "If so, I want to be a good person too." The Deep L translation result is a little better in my opinion, with Kururugi saying, "In that case, I want to be a good person too." As a follow-up to saying Kikyo's a nice person or Kikyo's a good person. I'd either take the Deep L translation result or change the Google Translate result from "if so, I want to be a good person too" to "as such, I want to be a good person too."
いい人で。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi ends off with "a nice person," while the Google Translate result apparently has Kururugi say he's a good person, but I do think it should come out as a good person. For whatever reason, the Deep L translation result has this as lover. And I'm going to ignore that. So I very much would rather, from the translation, have this come out as a good person. Because, again, Kururugi's kind of having a personal crisis. But, with that, we're going to take a quick break. Alright, and we're back.
お前、何か悩んでいるようだな。
Interesting. In the English version, Kikyo says, "You seem to be troubled about something." However, I'm a little interested in that hesitant start from Kikyo of "you" or "omae," which, yeah, should come out as "you." According to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "You. You seem to be worried about something." I do like how this comes out for the most part. I'd get rid of that second "you" from the translation result, though, and have it come out as, "You seem to be worried about something." Like, and it gives off more of a, Kikyo is trying to read Kururugi. Like, I wonder if I can figure out what's bothering you. Or something like that, you know? Don't need to translate that, because as far as the Japanese version is concerned, that's just Kururugi giving a slight nod of confirmation. With the English version, decided to have Kururugi answer with, "Yeah." Interesting. The Japanese version having Kikyo start with the in the English version, Kikyo says, "They've caught up to us already." But according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "Damn, they've already caught up with us." Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Yeah, but we're not entirely surrounded yet. Come on, let's go." The Google Translate results actually isn't all that different. According to the translation, Kururugi says, "We're not completely surrounded yet. Come on, let's go."
Kikyo-san, 今度こそ逃げられたみたいだね。
Okay, now this is going to be interesting. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Priestess Kikyo, we got away this time." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, "Kikyo-san, it looks like we managed to get away this time." No Miko in there, so I wonder why the English version has Priestess Kikyo there.
私のことは帰郷でいい。
Alright. Because in the English version, Kikyo follows up with, "Just call me Kikyo." Alright, the Google Translate result has Kikyo respond with, "You can call me Kikyo." So basically saying, you can drop the honorific with me. Alright. So that was how they decided to get around it in the English version, even though that was the only time Kururugi referred to her as Priestess Kikyo in the time they spoke. So it makes a lot more sense in Japanese, of course, because in Japanese version, Kururugi kept calling her Kikyo-san, Kikyo-san, Kikyo-san. And Kikyo's just saying, you can drop the honorific with me. I'm fine with it. The English version, though, does come off a little weird because, again, Kururugi only ever referred to Kikyo as Kikyo in the times that they did, except for this one moment of Priestess Kikyo. So then it almost makes it seem like Kikyo's annoyed, kind of annoyed, like, you were calling me just Kikyo before, so you can drop the priestess. The Japanese version, though, like, absolutely is better in this regard.
あ、じゃあ、桔梗、宇津木から助けてくれて本当にありがとう。
And there we go. Kururugi dropped the san honorific. So it makes a lot more sense. In that case, for the English version, Kururugi could have just been calling her Miss Kikyo, and instead of Priestess Kikyo or simply her name. Because san usually is an honorific to be like Miss or Mister. Again, it's a way to be formal. Kikyo is pretty much saying, look, you can be informal with me. In the English version, Kururugi says, okay, Kikyo, thank you for saving me from Utsugi. From the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi's response is, oh, well then, Kikyo, thank you so much for saving me from Utsugi.
お前を助けようと思ったわけではない。
Let's see, in the English version, Kikyo responds with, I wasn't planning on helping you. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo responds with, I didn't mean to help you.
奈落の居場所を聞き出そうとしただけだ。
In the English version, Kikyo continues with, I only wanted to ask where Naraku was. That's all. While the Google Translate result has Kikyo say, I was just trying to find out where Naraku was.
桔梗も奈落を追いかけてるの？
In the English version, Kururugi says, you're searching for Naraku too, Kikyo? The Google Translate result has Kururugi asking, is Kikyo also chasing Naraku? Again, since Kururugi did say Kikyo, and Kikyo's name is in the text, I don't think in the, like, unlike the case before where I was trying to defend Kururugi saying Kikyo-san instead of you, I do think I would reword this translation result to be closer to the English version, which should be, you're also chasing Naraku, Kikyo? Or, Kikyo, you're also chasing Naraku?
そういえばあの時、カンナはお前のことを狙っていたが、奈落との間に何かあるようだな。
In the English version, Kikyo responds with, come to think of it, Kano was after you before. It seems there's something between you and Naraku. According to the Google Translate result, Ooh. Okay, no, I kind of like the detail that this result turned out. According to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "Now that I think about it, Kana was after you back then. But it seems there's something going on between you and Naraku."
うん。まだよくはわからないけど、実は僕、
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Yeah, I don't completely understand it all. But actually, I..." From the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, "Yeah, I'm not really sure yet. But actually, I..." Again, though, I am fine with removing that "yeah" at the start because it's just the sound of Kururugi nodding in confirmation to what Kikyo said, so it should be the nod and "I'm not really sure yet, but actually I..." And then we're gonna get a fade to black as a sign of time passing, so Kururugi explains what's going on. Without mentioning InuYasha or the others.
そういうことか。
Supposedly, we're gonna find out what the Japanese version had Kururugi say. In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "I see." While the Google Translate result has Kikyo say, "Is that so?" I also wouldn't be against the result being, "So that's how it is."
だから、僕も奈落のことを追いかけなきゃいけないんだ。
In the English version, Kurugi then says, "Anyway, I have to try and hunt down Naraku too." While the Google Translate result has Kurugi say, "That's why I have to chase after Naraku too."
なのに、自分の勝手で仲間のところから逃げてきちゃって。
Oh, that change in Kurugi's tone. Oh, that's so good. Holy shit. Compared to the English version. God damn. In the English version, Kurugi says, yet I went and took off from my friends without even talking to them about it. While according to the Google Translate result, Kurugi says, "However, I ran away from my friends on my own accord." Ooh, like there was definitely some pain in that voice there.
仲間のところから？
Then from Kikyo, in the English version, Kikyo says, "You left your friends?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo asks, "From your friends?" Let's see. Just checking something with the translation. Okay, yeah, no, that makes a bit of sense. I mean, I feel that works a little better. Yeah, because from the Japanese version, Kikyo is simply repeating what Kururugi said. When Kururugi said, "I ran away from my friends," so Kikyo's like, "From your friends?" The English version, though, is more Kikyo almost accusingly question, "You left your friends?"
この世界に慣れていない僕にとても優しくしてくれた。
See, in the English version, Kururugi says, I don't know anything about this era, and they've been really kind to me. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, they were very kind to me, someone who is not used to this world.
でも僕は友達が好きな人を好きになって、それに耐えられなくなって。
Ooh, how does this one turn out? In the English version, Kurugi says, I started to fall for someone that a friend of mine cares about. I became totally obsessed. Alright, what do you say in Japanese? Oh! Oh, this translation's good. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, but then I fell in love with someone my friend fell in love with, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I do think that can be reworded a little. I think just a slight tweak to the translation. I'd probably have it be, but then I fell in love with someone my friend is in love with. And I couldn't stand it anymore. And Kikyo just being silent, of course, because... I mean, she's not gonna fault him for that. Speaking of, I did have... there was one person who remarked how a little extreme it was for Kururugi to just run off from InuYasha and the others over what happened with Mahoro pretending to be Kururugi's loved one. But also, considering it's the first time Kururugi's been in love with someone, I think it would make a better sense that they would, over not only such heartbreak over, again, what Mahoro did, but just not really knowing how to handle their feelings around the others.
友達が好きな人を好きになるなんて、その友達の気持ちを考えると。
Well then, let's see here. How much better is this gonna get? In the English version, Kururugi continues with, falling for someone a friend loves. When I thought about how they'd feel... according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, when I think about how my friend feels about loving someone that he loves. Okay, I think the way this should be taken is when Kururugi thinks about how their friend feels when Kururugi is in love with someone that their friend loves. Probably.
頭では分かってたんだよ。でも好きだって気持ちは抑えられなくて。
Otherwise, I think it could be reworded as when I think about how my friend feels about loving someone that I love. Just, again, because translation results kind of get screwy when it comes to me, you, I, he, her, them. They, that kind of stuff. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, I knew it was wrong. I couldn't help how I felt. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, I knew it in my head. I couldn't suppress my feelings of love.
自分の気持ちを押し込めるのも、自分の弱さを責めるのも辛くなって。
Dude, if this scene was animated, I think it would look really good just seeing Kururugi be so distraught as they let their feelings bare to Kikyo, someone they barely know, who's willing to listen. In the English version, Kururugi concludes here with, "It was so hard fighting my own feelings and blaming myself for my own weakness." According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi concludes here with, "It's getting harder to suppress my feelings and blame my weaknesses." Okay, a little bit of a difference. In the English version, Kururugi says it was so hard, almost giving the sense that they're over it and probably don't care anymore? But I don't really buy that. The translation result, though, with Kururugi saying it's getting harder to suppress my feelings, is that, yeah, Kururugi is still struggling. Like, again, this is the first time they've fallen in love with someone. So, of course, they wouldn't really know how to deal with it. Like, how to deal with what's going on around that, especially with what the hell happened with Mahoro.
それで逃げ出したのか。
Like, goddamn! This is really fucking good! In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "So that's why you ran away." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo asks, "So that's why you ran away?" So that's why you ran away? Which is contextually a little different. The English version is more Kikyo's understanding why Kururugi ran away, but from the translation, if it actually is, like, if the accurate result is having this in the form of a question, Kikyo's being like, "And that's why you ran away?" Don't need to translate that, that's just Kururugi nodding to confirm. While the English version had Kururugi respond with, "Yeah," again, because context difference between how it was presented. The Japanese version apparently presents it as a question, while the English version is Kikyo understanding why. Like, is understanding why Kururugi ran.
それなら悩むことなどない。後悔を恐れずに自分の気持ちに正直になれ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kikyo then says, "Then you have nothing to worry about. Stop feeling remorseful and be true to your own feelings." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "Then there's nothing to worry about. Be honest with your feelings without fear of regret." Alright.
そうして見つけた答えであれば、誰もそれを責めることなどできないはずだ。
Let's see here. And then the English version, Kikyo continues with, "When you find the answer in your heart, no one will be able to blame you for anything." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo instead says, "If that's the answer you find, then no one can blame you for it."
自分の気持ちに正直に。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Be true to my feelings?" While the Google Translate result has Kururugi say, "Be honest with your feelings." One moment here. Just because I want to compare with the result to what Kikyo said. The English version, though, was Kikyo saying, "Stop feeling remorseful and be true to your own feelings." So Kururugi is kind of in the English version, they do add a question mark to Kururugi's "be true to my feelings," so it's more Kururugi's questioning it. But from the Japanese version, or at least from the translation, if I can get the thing back up again. There we go. Kikyo, yeah. From the translation, Kikyo says, "Be honest with your feelings without fear of regret." And Kururugi is repeating, "Be honest with your feelings." So he, like, in that regard, Kururugi is just repeating what Kikyo said to themselves.
それが自然なお前なのだから。
Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo says, "Because that's the real you." According to the Google Translate result, though, she says, "That's just who you are." Interesting.
そうだね。
Yeah, that was a fair pause between what Kikyo says and then what Kururugi, and then this bit from Kururugi. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Yeah, you're right." From the Google Translate result, taking that delay between what Kikyo said and this, followed by that the nod from Kururugi. This one being one of agreement. Google Translate has it as, "Yeah, that's right." But again, you could take out the "yeah" and just have it be the nod of Kururugi agreeing with what Kikyo said and saying, "That's right."
そう思ったら少しだけ楽になった気がするよ。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "I feel better just thinking about it." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "If you think so, I feel a little better now."
ありがとう、キキョ。
I shouldn't need to translate this, it's just Kururugi saying thank you, Kikyo, but I'm gonna just in case. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Thanks, Kikyo." And yeah, the Google Translate result has it as, "Thank you, Kikyo."
見つけた。
Uh-oh. In the English version, Kana says, "I found him." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kikyo says, "I got you." I do think the translation result can be reworded to, "I found you."
うつぎ、カンナ。
The whole thing when it comes to Utsugi and Kikyo is honestly a little weird, because when Kana was taking Kururugi's soul, it was 2 against 1. Then Kikyo shows up and they're like, "Oh shit, let's get out of here." Oh shit, Kikyo showed up, let's get out. But now it's Kikyo and Kururugi together, and they're Utsugi and Kana are like, Alright, we can get them now. It's like, but you ran the last time when Kikyo showed up. And it gets weird again later. But in the English version, Kururugi calls out Utsugi, Kana! Which is also what the translation comes out as.
さあ、カンナ。あの子の魂よ。
In the English version, Utsugi says, Kana, take his soul. While according to the Google Translate result, Utsugi says, now, Kana, give me the child's soul. I do think the translated result can be reworded to get me the child's soul. Or it could also be take the child's soul. Honestly, either of those possible rewordings or even the result that the Google Translate does give are fine with me. Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo says, be careful, they're coming. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kikyo is saying, look out, it's coming. Probably referring to the use of Kana's power. The English version very much seems to be trying to imply that Utsugi and Kana are about to go on the attack. Although you could reword the Google Translate result to be they're coming instead of it's coming to get the point across that the English version has of the likely implication being that Kikyo's preparing for Utsugi and Kana to attack when, again, Kana's just activating her power to steal souls. But...
どうした、カンナ。
In the English version, Utsugi says, what's the matter, Kana? While according to the Google Translate result, that's also what Utsugi says. Alright, fair enough. Alright. In the English version, Kana responds with, someone's coming. While according to the Google Translate result, Kana is just says, coming.
そうか。引くぞ。
Or it could also be approaching, but Kana, whatever. In the English version, Utsugi's response is, I see. Let's leave. From the Google Translate result, Utsugi says, I see. We're retreating. Although I very much would be fine with it saying, I see. We're leaving. I don't need to translate that. That's just Kikyo calling out, wait! Or at least it should. The English version instead has her call out, stop! I do think wait would be fine. Yeah, that's what the Google Translate result has. Kikyo's saying. Like, she's calling out wait because she wants them to answer where Naraku is. So that makes sense. Okay, now that's interesting. That kind of sounded like Kururugi was annoyed. Like, kind of going like, what the hell? In the English version, Kururugi asks, why did they come to attack me and then just run away? According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi calls out, what's the matter? You attacked me and then ran away. I do think I can reword that a little bit. I just want to double check something first with the other translator. Okay, that didn't turn out too well. I think another possible translation I could go with from Kururugi is, what is this? They attacked me and then they run away? Or, what's going on? They attacked me and then they run away. I mean, they, from going off the translated result, technically they didn't attack you in this moment. They were about to, but then they were like, oh shit, no, let's get out. I don't know. I can try to figure something out for that later.
邪魔が入ったということなのだろう。
In the English version, Kikyo says something got in their way. While, according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, it must mean that something has gotten in the way. That's just Kururugi being confused. In the English version, though, I'm pretty sure they had Kururugi actually say something in response, which is weird. Okay, no. English version just had Kururugi go, huh?
どうやらその邪魔とは、お前の悩みの原因と同じだったようだな。
Alright. What is the translation here? In the English version, Kikyo says, the thing that got in their way is the same thing that you were troubled about. According to the Google Translate results, Kikyo says, apparently that interference was the same thing that was causing you trouble. Hi, everyone. In the English version, InuYasha says, oh, brother, so this is where you've been. From the Google Translate results, it comes off a little messy. And so does the DeepL translation result, but it is a little interesting. Because InuYasha starts with teme, again, a very aggressive you that could be in a sense of you bitch or you bastard, which is interesting because the DeepL translation result has that, has InuYasha saying, you son of a bitch, as a result of that. And while his expression on screen is one that's a bit miffed, I do think he means this in an affectionate way. As affectionate as InuYasha can be. The rest of the Google translation result, though, has InuYasha apparently saying, did you hate being in a place like this? I very much don't like how that one turned out. As far as translating this is concerned, the teme, I actually would be fine with InuYasha saying, you bastard, again, in InuYasha's way of being affectionate because Kururugi is supposed to be his friend. But the rest of it should be... See, the English version was, so this is where you've been. I need to try something real quick on this one. Because I do think the in a place like this needs to stay. What the hell? Okay, that's... From the Google Translate results, I almost want to... I almost want to think it could be, I hate being in a place like this. Otherwise, the only thing I could think of that would make some kind of sense would be the full translation from InuYasha being, you bastard! So you were in a place like this. And then from Kururugi, in the English version, they say, you guys. While the Google Translate result has it as everyone. Though I'm not against it being translated as you guys. Let's see here. In the English version, Moroku says, why'd you take off like that? We've been looking for you. From the Google Translate result, Moroku says, "We went looking for you because you were suddenly gone."
そうじゃぞ。噂の神隠しにあったかと思ったわい。
From the English version, Shippo says, "Yeah, we thought you'd been spirited away like the others we'd heard about." From the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "That's right. I thought you'd been spirited away like the rumor has it." At the very least, I'd reword "like the rumor has it" with "like the rumors." But I'm kind of okay with Shippo saying, "I thought you'd been spirited away." Just kind of given his character, but it would also make sense for him to say "we thought," which also matches up with the English version. So, yeah, that's fine. Just again, change the "like the rumor has it" with like in the rumors. I don't need to translate that because Kagome.
桔梗、お前。
Kikyo was the first in the group to notice, which is interesting. You'd think InuYasha would, because sense of smell, but whatever. I guess you could say he was a little too focused on finding Kururugi. But in the English version, InuYasha says, "Kikyo, you," which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with, which is fine.
桔梗？桔梗のこと知ってるの？
And of course, Kururugi taken by surprise because he's like, "Holy shit, you guys know a lot of people that I run into." In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kikyo, you mean you know her?" According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Kikyo, do you know Kikyo?"
縁とは断ち切れぬものだ。
In the English version, Kikyo says, "Fate is inescapable." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo instead says, "A bond cannot be severed."
久しぶりだな、犬夜叉。
In the English version, Kikyo then says, "It's been a while, InuYasha." Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as.
桔梗。なんでこんなとこに？
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Kikyo, what are you doing here?" From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Kikyo, why are you here?"
どういうこと？
Kururugi being so confused right now. Sounds really good in Japanese. I am not gonna lie. In the English version, Kururugi says, What's going on?" From the Google Translate results, though, with Kururugi going, "Eh? Eh?" What Kururugi then says is, "What do you mean?" I do think I'd be fine with the "what do you mean" being reworded to "what's going on."
理由などない。
From Kikyo. In the English version, Kikyo just responds with "no reason," while from the Google Translate results, Kikyo responds with, "There's no reason." And of course, silence from InuYasha.
これ一体どういうことなの？
Okay, this makes a bit of sense for this part to be Kururugi's inner thoughts. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts are, "I'm not following. What's going on here?" But from the English version, since it doesn't do anything to show a difference between spoken dialogue and inner thought dialogue, which I go on about a lot, the English version very much could be something that Kururugi says out loud and nobody responds. Because that just happened with Kururugi asking what's going on and nobody responded. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, what on earth does this mean? I think I'd be fine with it being reworded as just what is going on here. And according to the Deep Elb translation result, I wouldn't be too far off. But the Deep Elb translation's result has Kururugi's inner thoughts come out as here. What the hell is going on? So I do think having it as what is going on here would be perfectly fine.
また会うこともあるだろう。
In the English version, Kikyo says, "We'll meet again, I'm sure." According to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "Maybe we'll meet again."
キキョ
I don't need to translate that. That's just InuYasha saying Kikyo's name again. As she just leaves. And of course, Kagome just being a little uncomfortable.
これはとりあえず宿へ戻った方が良さそうですな。
Let's see. Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, "Well, we'd better head back to the inn for now." According to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, "For now, it seems best to return to the inn."
そうだね。
Let's see, from Sango, I almost want to say she's saying I agree, but I could be wrong. In the English version, she says good idea, and the Google Translate result has her say I agree.
お前、なぜ桔梗様と？
I'll just translate this real quick. In the English version, Moroku asks, "Why were you with Kikyo?" While, according to the Google Translate result, Moroku asks, "Why were you with Kikyo-sama?" But now is a good time to take another quick break. And we're back.
キキョは僕のこと助けてくれたんだよ。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Because she helped me." From the Google Translate result, despite all the text here on screen, just comes up with, "Kikyo helped me." The Deep Elf Translator result, I actually kind of like a little bit better because it is a little bit longer with "Kikyo saved my life." Which is true. Oh, one moment. Sorry about that. So yeah, no, I think I'd go with the Deep L translations result here of "Kikyo saved my life."
そうですか。
In the English version, Moroku responds with, "Is that right?" From the Google Translate results, Moroku apparently says, "Is that so?" I do think I'd be a little more comfortable rewording it as, "So that's it." Or, "So that's how it is." I don't know, I think "So that's it" makes a little, is a little better than "So that's how it is."
Kagome ちゃん、気にしない方がいいよ。
In the English version, Sango says, "Kagome, don't let it bother you." While according to the Google Translate result, Sango says, "Kagome-chan, you shouldn't worry about it." Which is a little interesting considering Sango's Japanese text starts with a pair of starts with two sets of ellipses. So it's almost like Sango was a little hesitant to even say anything. But then felt like, no, like, someone should, so I'm going to. That's a nice touch.
わかってる。ありがとう。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, "I know, thank you." Which is also what the Google Translate result has, so, alright.
かごめ、俺はよ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Kagome, which is also what the Google Translate version has.
いいの、犬夜叉。
From the English version, Kagome says, "That's okay, InuYasha." While according to the Google Translate result, she says, "It's okay, InuYasha."
私、ちょっとお散歩してくるわね。
And then in the English version, Kagome continues with, "I'm gonna go take a walk." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "I'm gonna go for a little walk."
犬夜叉、言ってやらなくていいの？
After Kagome leaves, in the English version, Sango says, "InuYasha, aren't you going to go after her?" The Google Translate result's a little odd here, with Sango apparently saying, "InuYasha, do you have to go?" The Deep L translation result is a little better, with Sango saying, "Don't you have to go?" Uh... I mean, considering both translation results don't mention after her, I almost want to say I'd rather the translated result end up being InuYasha, aren't you going to go? Although, considering both of them have to go in the text, either I'd take the Deep L translation's result of InuYasha, don't you have to go, as a way to nudge him into going after Kagome, or either go with my rewording of InuYasha, aren't you going to go, to, like, push him into going after Kagome. Either one, honestly, sits fine with me. The English version, InuYasha just goes, But the Japanese version with InuYasha going, gives a bit more of an indication that InuYasha's trying to make an argument not to, but he's like, no, I should.
InuYasha, Kagome-san, 二人ともどうしたんだよ。
Alright, this is a little interesting then. In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, I wonder what happened between InuYasha and Kagome. From the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, InuYasha, Kagome, what happened to you two? I do think that needs to be reworded a little. Instead of what happened to you two, I think it should be what happened between you two. Now we get some control. First one I talked to Sango, so...
Sango-san, 桔梗と犬夜叉のことなんだけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, Sango, can I ask you about Kikyo and InuYasha? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, Sango-san, it's about Kikyo and InuYasha.
まあ他人があれこれ言うようなことじゃないんだけどさ。ずっと昔に付き合ってたらしいね。
Regarding the translation for Kururugi's dialogue, I do think I'd be comfortable with it being Sango-san about Kikyo and InuYasha and just remove the it's. Just because that way Kururugi is very clearly getting across what he wants to discuss with Sango. Granted, saying it's about would also do that, but something about having the dialogue be it's about Kikyo and InuYasha just doesn't sit well with me. Instead, having it having the dialogue be Sango-san about InuYasha and Kikyo, like, that's better in my mind. Let's see here. From Sango, in the English version, she says, well, it's not really our business, but they used to be lovers a long time ago. From the Google Translate result, though, Sango says, well, it's not something other people should be saying. Apparently, they were in love a long time ago.
そうか。
This should be Kururugi saying, I see. But it's possible it could be something different. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, really? The Google Translate result has it as, I see.
昔の話だよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango says, it happened a long time ago. While the Google Translate result has Sango say, it's a long time ago.
犬夜叉だって驚いただろうさ。死んだはずの恋人が目の前に現れたんだから。
In the English version, Sango continues with, InuYasha must have been pretty surprised himself, having his supposedly dead friend suddenly turn up. From the... let's see. Okay. The Google Translate result, verbatim from Sango, is, even InuYasha would have been surprised. My lover, who is supposed to be dead, appeared before my eyes. I do think that should be reworded a little to even InuYasha would have been surprised. His lover, who was supposed to be dead, appeared before his eyes. Otherwise, it could be a lover who was supposed to be dead appeared before his eyes. I could take either of those changes to the translation result.
そして、それ以上にかごめちゃんも。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango here says, and Kagome was even more surprised. From the Google Translate result, Sango concludes here with, and more than that, Kagome-chan too.
そうだね。自分の恋人が他の女の子のこと見てたら辛いよね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, yeah, it'd be hard seeing your friend looking at another girl. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi apparently says, yeah, it's tough when your boyfriend is looking at other girls. Okay, that's a little interesting. Because the English version says, seeing your friend looking at another girl, while the Google Translate result has your boyfriend, when your boyfriend is looking at another girl. I think this is actually supposed to be a tie-in or a connection to early on in the game, because in the Japanese version, if you don't want to go back and look through my VODs, in the Japanese version, there's a point where shortly after you first meet Kagome, Kagome and InuYasha are arguing over who gets more, who gets upset or angry more easily. And Kururugi makes a remark of, you two sure get along, which that part is also in the English version. But what was cut from the English version that is in the Japanese version is Kururugi then follows up with, is InuYasha Kagome's boyfriend? So I feel like Kururugi mentioning the boyfriend thing here in regards to the InuYasha, Kagome, and Kikyo situation is meant to be a callback to that. Which, if so, that's a hell of a nice touch. Otherwise, Kururugi's pretty much just assuming with what they're saying. It's I mean, not really. I mean, again, Kururugi. This is the first time Kururugi's been in love, so he has no experience regarding this. But considering he didn't like Kagome giving InuYasha attention and being nice to InuYasha, Kururugi could very easily flip it as like this is probably how girls feel about their boyfriends looking at other girls. If you're playing as Kagome, though, then Kagome very easily would connect with this. Like, if you're on InuYasha's or Moroku's romance route, which, if you're on InuYasha's romance route as Kagome, it gets even fucking weirder, because then there are 3 girls in InuYasha's life. Let's see.
犬夜叉は悪くない。桔梗もかごめちゃんも誰も悪くない。
Alright, what do you say here, Sango? In the English version, Sango says, InuYasha isn't at fault. Neither are Kikyo or Kagome. From the Google Translate result, Sango says, InuYasha is not at fault. Neither are Kikyo or Kagome at fault. No one is at fault. I don't know, like, looking at the Japanese text, I really want to reword it to InuYasha is not at fault. Kikyo and Kagome aren't at fault either. It pretty much just ends up being a slight rewording of the English version, but considering the Japanese text for not at fault only shows up twice, but the translation has at fault 3 times. Yeah, I do think having the translated result be InuYasha is not at fault, Kikyo and Kagome aren't at fault either.
ただ辛い話であることは確かだけど。
Let's see. No, close. In the English version, Sango then says, the only thing for certain is that it's a tragic situation. From the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, but it's certainly a sad story. Then I think next up is Shippo. Yep.
桔梗と犬夜叉ってどういう関係なの？
From Kururugi in the English version, they say, what's the deal between Kikyo and InuYasha? What's their relationship? While the Google Translate result has Kururugi say, what is the relationship between Kikyo and InuYasha?
それはオラもよく知らんのじゃが、カゴメというものがありながら二股なんじゃ。
Huh, what's that word Shippo's quoting? In the English version, Shippo says, I'm not sure, but it's a messy triangle. Let's see. The Google Translate result, verbatim, has Shippo say, I don't know much about that, but there is something called Kagome, and it's called two-pronged. I very much believe that needs to be reworded. But, I want to see about that two-pronged thing. Oh. Okay, no, the Deep L translation result, fixes that two-pronged thing as two-timing, which makes sense. Let's see. So, both translations start with, I don't know much about that. But then the next part regarding Kagome is a little weird, because the Google Translate result continues with, but there is something called Kagome, which doesn't make sense. The Deep L translation result being, while there is something called Kagome, which also doesn't make sense. I'm going to check something real quick. Let's see. Uh, I think the translation for Shippo here is supposed to be, I don't know much about that, but Kagome said it was something called two-timing. That's the only thing I can think of that this could come to, because he does eventually mention Kagome again a bit later in the English version. Let's see.
InuYasha と桔梗が付き合ってたってこと？
In the English version, Kururugi says, do you mean that InuYasha and Kikyo used to be together? From the Google Translate results, Kururugi uses a bit more of a modern term, which is interesting, with the translation saying, so InuYasha and Kikyo were dating? One moment. The Deep L translation result also has that second part come up as, you mean they were together? So that means the translation could be, so InuYasha and Kikyo were together? Which would be a bit closer to the English version, but I'm not that against Kururugi using, so InuYasha and Kikyo were dating, because, again, he's from the modern day. He's, again, Kururugi is from the quote-unquote modern day. So, kind of makes sense they try to make a connection with more modern terms and phrases.
ようわからんが、
Let's see. What does Shippo say here? In the English version, Shippo says, I don't know the whole story, but while the Google Translate result has Shippo say, I don't really get it.
カゴメがおるのに全部イニヤシのバカが悪いじゃ。
Then in the English version, Shippo continues with, even though he has a great girl like Kagome, InuYasha can be a real idiot. The Google Translate result has Shippo say, or continue with, even though Kagome is there, it's all InuYasha's stupidity that's his fault. I almost want to say it should be reworded to, it's all InuYasha's stupidity that's at fault. Instead of that's his fault. That's kind of the only thing that makes sense looking at the translation. Then...
桔梗と犬夜叉ってどういう関係なの?
In the English version, Kururugi says, what's the deal between Kikyo and InuYasha? What's their relationship? While the Google Translate result is a bit more simple, with Kururugi saying, what is the relationship between Kikyo and InuYasha?
二人はかごめ様がいらっしゃる以前付き合っていたらしいんですな。
In the English version, Moroku's answer is, they were close friends before Kagome came along. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku answers with, it seems that the two of them were in love before Lady Kagome came. I don't know why the English version is trying to push this thing of InuYasha and Kikyo were close friends, when it's well known that they used to be lovers. Like, that was the whole thing between them. So I don't know why the English version is lowering it to just close friends. So I'm definitely going to go with the Google Translate result here from Moroku because it's much more in line. And then, of course, the use of Lady Kagome is just a Morokuism when it comes to Kagome.
そんな...
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with, wow, seriously? The Google Translate result instead has Kururugi react with, really? Both taken by surprise.
二人は一度互いに憎しみ合い、そのせいで桔梗様は命を落としています。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku then says they were bitterly angry at one another, and it cost Kikyo her life. From the Google Translate result, Moroku says the two of them once hated each other, and because of it, Lady Kikyo lost her life.
すべては奈落の策略のせいだったのですが。
In the English version, Moroku continues with, it was all part of Naraku's scheme. While the Google Translate result instead has Moroku say it was all because of Naraku's scheme.
その後、桔梗様は生まれ変わりであるかごめ様の魂の力で復活したのですが。
In the English version, Moroku continues with, after that, Kikyo came back to life. Kagome is Kikyo's reincarnation, and it was the power of Kagome's soul that allowed her to be revived. From the uh-oh. The Google Translate result's a little messy. Let's see how the other one does, but I'm not expecting much. Yeah. I should have known better. I feel like for the translation, okay, from. Alright, no, I need to say this for the sake of context of what I'm about to do. Verbatim, the Google Translate result for Moroku here is, afterwards, Kikyo-sama said, "The reincarnation of Kagome, I was resurrected by the power of my soul." I feel like it should very much be reworded, probably to, afterwards, Lady Kikyo, who reincarnated into Kagome, was resurrected by the power of her soul. That's probably the closest I can get with what I can piece together from the translation here. Oh, hold on. I think I can do something a little different. Let's see. The other possibility I could go with is, afterwards, Lady Kikyo reincarnated into Kagome and was resurrected by the power of her soul. Either of those is probably going to be the best I can do.
二人は未だにその時の関係を引きずっておるようなのです。
In the English version, Moroku then says, their fates are still intertwined from that event. While according to the Google Translate results, Moroku instead says it seems the two of them are still hung up on that relationship. I'm going to assume that the translation is referring to the relationship between Kikyo and Kagome, the fact that Kagome is Kikyo's reincarnation, but Kikyo was revived through Kagome's soul, rather than the relationship they have with InuYasha.
じゃあ、今でも犬夜叉は
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi then says, "So even now, InuYasha." While the Google Translate result instead has Kururugi say, "So InuYasha still is."
心を残しているのは確かでしょうが。
Well, there's mention of Kokoro. In the English version, Moroku says, he still has feelings for her. There's no doubt about that. The Google Translate result has Moroku saying, I'm sure he still has feelings for her. Considering Moroku says Kokoro, which should be heart, I think the translation could also be, I'm sure his heart still yearns for her. I'd honestly be fine with that. It still fits the context, and otherwise, sure, I'd go with the translation result from Moroku.
でも、それじゃカゴメさんがかわいそうだよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Poor Kagome. That's so sad for her." From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "But that would be a shame for Kagome." And, like, from the tone in Kururugi's voice in Japanese, he is absolutely going to bat for Kagome. Damn, dude. I don't know if I'd want to go with that would be a shame for Kagome, though. But I also don't think I'd go with the English versions. That's so sad for her. I think if I were to reword the translation, probably have it be, but that would be so painful for Kagome. Let's see. Or I guess I could say, but that would really hurt Kagome. I don't know. I'd take either of those rewordings of mine or the translation result. In the English version, Moroku continues with, still, there are some things that can't be rectified, even though the person realizes there's a problem. Hold on. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, okay, that was my mistake. I jumped ahead a little too far in the English version. So in the English version, Moroku actually says, InuYasha realizes that. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, even InuYasha knows that. There we go. And then the English version continues with Moroku saying, still, there can be some things that, there are some things that can't be rectified, even though the person realizes there's a problem. From the Google Translate result, verbatim, Moroku says, however, in the world, even if you know it, there are some things you just can't do anything about. I think I'd reword in the world to in this world. Otherwise, it's a pretty fine translation, I feel. Let's see, from Moroku here. In the English version, Moroku concludes with, it just can't be helped. While, according to the Google Translate results, Moroku says, it can't be helped. It can't be helped, but that doesn't mean Kururugi can't like it. Now, it's time to go looking for them, because they're the only other ones to talk to.
InuYasha、秘境のことみんなに聞いたよ。
Alright. From Kururugi, in the English version, they say, InuYasha, everyone told me about Kikyo. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, InuYasha, I heard about Kikyo from everyone. Okay, no, that was an interesting start. InuYasha going with that Soka was like, pretty much gives the impression of, okay, so now you know. Alright. In the English version, InuYasha responds with, yeah, so what? Now you want to chew me out? According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, I see. So, you came to complain to me? Definitely a different context between the English and Japanese versions. Again, the Japanese version having InuYasha start with that I see with the sigh is like, alright, so now they know. Great. While the English version very much makes InuYasha come across as more aggressive, like, yeah? What about it? What are you gonna do? Like, it's almost like in the English version, they're trying to make InuYasha ready for a fight with Kururugi over it. But from the Japanese version, it's more InuYasha's like, oh, great, now someone else knows. Fine, you want to get on my case for it?
言うことなんかないよ。言えないよ。
Okay. That first part is Kururugi shaking their head like, no, I have no right. In the English version, Kururugi's response is, no, I've got nothing to say. I can't say anything. The Google Translate results is pretty much the same, but again, the no can be removed just to keep the sound of Kururugi shaking their head like it to respond as a response of no. And then the rest of the dialogue is, I have nothing to say. I can't say anything. Having the Japanese text end on an ellipses, though, instead of a solid period is a good touch, because, again, romance route, Kururugi's like, look, I can't get on your case over the stuff regarding the women in your life when I'm having my own issues about the same goddamn thing. So, I would be a hypocrite if I said anything. If I even could say anything.
カゴメのことを大事に思ってる。でも、桔梗のこともほっとけねえんだ。
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, Kagome means a lot to me, but I can't just abandon Kikyo. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, I care about Kagome, but I can't leave Kikyo alone either.
InuYasha.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying InuYasha's name.
バカなことを言っちまったな。
In the English version, InuYasha then says, I've said something stupid. While according to the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, what a stupid thing to say. Very much referring to what he himself said.
そうだよな。自分だけが辛いわけじゃないんだよな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, I guess I'm not the only person struggling around here. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, that's right. I'm not the only one who's suffering.
Kagome さん、こんなところにいたんだ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, Kagome, so this is where you were. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, Kagome-san, this is where you were. Don't need to translate that, that's just Kagome nodding to confirm. While in the English version, she responds with, yeah. In the English version, Kururugi then responds with, huh. But in the Japanese version, Kururugi's just speechless. Like, really, what could they say?
桔梗と犬夜叉の話聞いちゃったみたいね。
This already looks a little interesting, since it ends in a question mark, and in the English version it doesn't. In the English version, Kagome says, "Sounds like you heard all about Kikyo and InuYasha." From the Google Translate result, Kagome asks, "It seems you heard the story about Kikyo and InuYasha?" I don't really have a problem with that result, but I also wouldn't be against the result being changed to oh, hold on. No, I had something in my head. Yeah, no, I got it again. A reword of it I would be fine with is Kagome saying, "I take it you heard the story about Kikyo and InuYasha?"
Oh.
I don't need to translate that. The English version has Kururugi respond with, yeah. While, taking it into account from the Japanese version, again, it would be Kururugi just nodding in confirmation, but pretty hesitantly. Almost like Kururugi's being like, I don't know if I should say yes, but I'm going to.
別に気にしなくていいよ。
Let's see. In the English version, making sure I don't skip anything, Kagome says, "Don't go worrying about it." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "You don't need to worry about it."
私そんなに器用じゃないから。
In the English version, Kagome continues with, "I don't have that much self-control." Which is a weird thing to say. And it comes up again later in a scene that I did run through Translator and came up with something entirely different from the English version using "I don't have that much self-control," so this makes no sense. From the Google Translate result, though, Kagome is apparently saying, "Because I'm not that handy, I..."
好きになろうと思って好きになったわけじゃないの。
Actually, let's see what this one comes up as. In the English version, Kagome continued with, "It's not like I tried to fall in love with him." While the Google Translate result has Kagome continue with, "I didn't fall in love with him because I wanted to." Let's see. I am curious about the previous... I am a little curious about the previous, dialogue from Kagome, though, and it translating as "because I'm not that handy." I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Kagome-san.
I don't need to translate that. Because it's just Kururugi saying Kagome's name.
ただ好きになった犬夜叉の心には 気境がいた。それだけなの。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, I care about InuYasha, even though he still has feelings for Kikyo. That's all. That's not what translation I'm getting. According to Google Translate, Kagome says, but InuYasha fell in love with Kikyo, and in his heart, she was there. That's all. So this is interesting! The English version... the English version having Kagome say that she still cares about InuYasha in that way, even though he has feelings for Kikyo. But the Japanese version having Kagome say InuYasha is in love with Kikyo and she's in his heart. In the English version... Kururugi responds with, yeah, I guess you're right. But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, that's right.
ねえ、気境のことってどう思ってる?
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, hey, what do you think of Kikyo? While the Google Translate result has Kururugi ask, hey, what do you think about Kikyo?
それはやっぱり好きにはなれないけど、でもキキョの気持ちもわかるの。
In the English version, Kagome responds with, I can't exactly bring myself to like her, but I understand how she feels. From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, well, I still can't like her, but I can understand how Kikyo feels.
キキョだって好きになろうとして好きになったんじゃないと思うから。
In the English version, Kagome continues with, I mean, it's not like Kikyo intentionally fell in love with him. Hold on. What is this translation? What? From the Google, from the English version, Kagome says, I mean, it's not like Kikyo intentionally fell in love with him. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, even Kikyo tried to fall in love, because I don't think I fell in love with him. Something about that, doesn't sound right. Interesting translation for the DeepL translator. I'm not going to say anything about it. I'm going to leave that one up as a surprise. I mean, if I wanted it to line up with the English version, I'm pretty sure I'd reword the translation to be because even I don't think Kikyo tried to fall in love with him. Because then that goes with it's not like Kikyo intentionally fell in love with him. Like, she didn't mean to fall in love with him. That's really the only thing that comes to mind. Otherwise, if taking the Google Translate result at face value, I'd reword it to not even Kikyo tried to... even Kikyo didn't try to fall in love, because I don't think I fell in love with him. Yeah, no, the only thing that makes sense is... No, because she said ski twice. She did mention ski twice. So... I don't know how to take this. Just because of the presence of Ski being in this dialogue twice. Rereading the translation result, I think it would be Kagome being, even Kikyo tried to fall in love. Because I don't think I fell in love with him. I don't know, this one's a little confusing. Huh. No, this one's very much giving me trouble.
そうだよね。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, yeah, I guess not, huh? While, according to the Google Translate result, the first bit is, again, Kururugi nodding with in agreement. And then the rest of it is, yeah, that's right. I don't know how to take this response from Kururugi if taking what Kagome said at face value from the translation of even Kikyo tried to fall in love, because I don't think I fell in love with him. I don't know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I need someone who can translate Japanese better than me, and the freaking online translator.
ただ、いつも不安なんだ。こんなに苦しいの嫌なんだけど。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome follows up with, I always have my doubts. I hate feeling bad about it, but... According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, but I'm always anxious and in such pain. I don't want to.
誰かを好きになるのって苦しいんだね。
Hold on. And then Kururugi has, like, an immediate response to that because Kagome's sentence ended in ellipses, which it also did in the English version with Kagome ending on, I hate feeling bad about it, but... And then Kururugi finishes her sentence. The English version, Kururugi says, love hurts, huh? Let's see. Alright, and according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, it's painful to fall in love with someone. So depending on how Kagome responds in the Japanese version, the way it would lead up, going off of the translations, is Kagome saying, "But I'm always anxious and in such pain. I don't want to." And either Kagome ends on a "but," or Kururugi starts up with a "but it's painful to fall in love with someone." I don't know. Like, there's a lot that could go on here that I...
でも自分の気持ちに嘘はつけないし。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, "But I can't pretend I don't feel the way I do." While, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "But I can't lie about my feelings."
自分の気持ちに嘘はつけない。
In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, "I can't pretend I don't feel the way I do." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's inner thoughts are... if it'll load up. Kururugi's inner thoughts are, "I can't lie about my feelings."
そうだね、かごめさん。僕もそう思う。
Actually, hold on. Yeah, no, that lines up pretty perfectly. Kagome says, "I can't lie about my feelings," so... Kururugi's inner thoughts are just repeating it to apply to themselves. In the English version, Kururugi then says, "You're right, Kagome. I feel the same way." According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "That's right, Kagome-san. I think so too."
ごめんね。変な話しちゃって。
Honestly, like, just considering the conversation with Kagome here, it happens whether you're on Kagome's route or not, and whether you're playing as Michiru or Kaname. It very much feels to me like it's definitely trying to lean heavily on Michiru and Kagome. Because with Kagome describing, like, how she feels in regards to InuYasha and Kikyo, like, all of that stuff is going to apply to Michiru in regards to Kagome and InuYasha. And it's like... Michiru, in the situation, can't really do anything about it. In the English version... I can get to it. In the English version, Kagome says, "Thanks for listening to my stupid story." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome instead says, "Sorry, I said something weird."
そんなことないよ。
And then that's Kururugi shaking his head. In the English version, Kururugi said, "No need to thank me." But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "That's not true."
きっとみんな待ってるから、そろそろ帰りましょう。
The English version, of course, Kururugi saying, "No need to thank me," like, whatever. But the Japanese version, Kururugi saying that's not true, is saying, like, "No, you didn't say anything weird." God damn, the Japanese version is so fucking good. In the English version, Kagome then says, "Everyone's probably waiting for us. We better get back." While the Google Translate result has Kagome say, everyone is probably waiting, so let's get back. So let's go back now. And I think that is a good point for us to take one more break.
Uh. みんな帰ってたんだ。
ええ、しっぽはまだ外で遊んでいるようですが。
あいつもまだまだガキだな。
しっぽどうしたの？
卑怯がうつぎにやられそうなんじゃ。
桔梗桔梗がどうしたんだよ。おい、尻尾。
墓場に宇津木とカンナが現れたんじゃ。オラは逃げ出せたんじゃが、桔梗が村の人を助けようとして宇津木の式神に。
ちくしょう、宇津木の野郎。
我々も行きましょう。
あ、しっぽ行くよ。
カゴメさん、いいの？
え？
だってこのままだと犬夜叉が桔梗を助けることになるよ。それでもいいの？
でも今はそんな時じゃないもの。
だけど
私だって犬夜叉と桔梗が一緒のところなんて見たくないわよ。でも辛いからって行かなかったら一生後悔すると思うの。だって私犬夜叉と一緒にいたいもの。絶対死んでほしくないもの。私犬夜叉が好きなの。
かごめさん。そうだよね。好きになったのには桔梗なんて関係ないんだよね。
Fuck! Ah! I had the wrong mic unmuted. God fucking damn it. Ah. All right. Well, it's not like I can go back in the game, but thankfully, I still have the screenshots, so I can fucking translate shit still. So, since I know where the hell I was, let's see. Let's go over this again. So apologies for the game, for the visual being stuck where it is. But that's because I'm a fucking dumbass. Let's see here. So, back to when I got back from stream, or got back from break. In the English version, Kagome said, "Everyone's probably waiting for us. We better get back." While, according to the Google Translate results, Kagome was saying, "Everyone is probably waiting, so let's head back." In the Japanese version, Kururugi just nodded in agreement. The English version had Kururugi say yes. And then, back in the inn room, in the English version, Kururugi said, "You're all back." While the Google Translate result has Kururugi say, "Everyone had gone home." But I'm pretty sure it would be better rewritten as, "Everyone's come back." Even though Moroku and Sango were still in the inn room when Kururugi left to go look for InuYasha and Kagome. Let's see. Then in the English version, Moroku said, "Yes, Shippo is still playing somewhere, though." Or, sorry, English version has Moroku say, "Shippo is still somewhere playing, though." While in the Google Translate result, if the damn thing will load. So just a heads up for the future, anyone in chat, if this ever happens again with me coming back and my mic is still muted, feel free to tag me, because that'll get me to see your message faster. Oh, come on, translate images. Let's try and get this going again so I can get caught up. All right. So English version again. Moroku says, "Yes, Shippo is still somewhere playing, though." While according to the Google Translate results, Moroku says, "Yes, Shippo is still playing outside." The English version, InuYasha then said, "He's still such a kid." While in the Japanese version, or according to the Google Translate results, InuYasha remarks, "He's still a kid." And then Michiru and Kagome entered the room to take their spots. And I remarked that it very much felt like the game is trying to push Michiru and Kagome because of that, plus what happened when they were talking to each other out in the field before coming back. But that's probably just a me thing, because I go pretty hard on Michiru and Kagome. And then Shippo comes in. Or then Shippo came in the English version, called out, "Terrible! This is terrible!" While, according to the Google Translate result, Shippo called out, "This is terrible! This is terrible!" Though, looking at the Japanese text for that, I do think I'd be comfortable with the translation being, "This is bad! This is really bad!" In the English version, Kururugi questioned, "What happened, Shippo?" While The Google Translate result has Kururugi ask Shippo, what's wrong? In the English version, Shippo answers, Kikyo is about to be killed by Utsugi. From the Google Translate result, Shippo says, Kikyo is about to be attacked by Utsugi. Though I'd be comfortable with the translation having Shippo say, Kikyo is being attacked by Utsugi. And then InuYasha, in the English version, said, Kikyo? What happened to Kikyo, Shippo? According to the Google Translate results, InuYasha said, Kikyo? What happened to Kikyo? Hey, Shippo! For that last part, I do imagine InuYasha, like, a little enraged at the idea of Kikyo being attacked by Utsugi. Probably would have grabbed Shippo by his shirt and picked him up and be like, hey, hurry up and tell me. In the English version, Shippo says Utsugi and Kana appeared in the graveyard. While, according to the Google Translate result, Shippo said Utsugi and Kana appeared at the graveyard. Yeah. I mean, in the graveyard, at the graveyard, whatever. From the English version, Shippo said, I got away, but Kikyo was trying to help one of the villagers and got hurt by Utsugi Shikigami. The Google Translate result was a little weird by having Shippo say, I managed to escape, but when Kikyo tried to help the villagers, she became Utsugi Shikigami. I do feel it should be changed to, I managed to escape, but when Kikyo tried to help the villagers, Utsugi Shikigami, and then just kind of trailing off so that InuYasha and the others can clue in that, like, oh, Utsugi Shikigami went on the attack. Let's see. Then in the English version, InuYasha said, damn that Utsugi! But the Google Translate result actually turned out something far better and much more in character with InuYasha, who should be pretty enraged at hearing what happened to Kikyo. The Google Translate had InuYasha say, damn it! Utsugi, you bastard! And then proceeded to leave. In the English version, Moroku said, let's go. While the Google Translate result has Moroku say, let's go too. In the English version, Songo then said, hey, Shippo, we're going. But according to the Google Translate result, Songo said, yeah, Shippo, let's go. But as Kagome was about to leave, Kururugi stopped her by asking, are you okay, Kagome? From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, Kagome, are you okay? Which confuses her. In the English version, Kururugi followed up with, well, InuYasha is going to save Kikyo. Are you alright with that? The Google Translate result had Kururugi ask, well, if things stay this way, InuYasha will end up saving Kikyo. Are you sure that's okay? In the English version, Kagome responded with, this isn't the time for that. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome said, but now's not the time. In the English version, Kururugi responded with, but While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responded with "but" as well. In the English version, Kagome then went off with, "I don't want to see InuYasha and Kikyo together." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome said, "I don't want to see InuYasha and Kikyo together either." In the English version, Kagome continued with, "But I'll regret it if I don't go just because I'm not comfortable." While the Google Translate result has Kagome say, "But if I don't go because it's hard, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life." And the English version has Kagome say, "Because I want to be with InuYasha. I don't want him to die." The Google Translate result has Kagome say, "Because I want to be with InuYasha. I definitely don't want him to die." And then the English version had Kagome say, "I have feelings for InuYasha." While the Google Translate result has Kagome say, "I love InuYasha." Then there was a little bit with Kururugi saying Kagome's name as kind of like being taken by surprise. And I made a joke about Kururugi taking an arrow through his heart, with no pun intended, even though Kagome's an archer. But then you could play the shot through the heart bit. But now that we're caught up, I think, yes, we are. In the English version, Kururugi said, "You're right. The fact that you care about him has nothing to do with Kikyo." Now this is interesting. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "That's right. Kikyo has nothing to do with the fact that I fell in love with you." But I'm pretty sure it should be Kikyo has nothing to do with the fact that you fell in love with him. Because this dialogue is not route specific. So it would be very weird if it was supposed to be the Kikyo has nothing to do with the fact I fell in love with you for every route for both Michiru and Kagome. So it should be Kikyo has nothing to do with the fact that you fell in love with him.
相手が好きだからそれしかないんだよね。
I apologize for all of that. I should have double checked which goddamn mic I had turned on. Now then, in the English version, Kururugi says, "You have feelings for him." That's all there is to it. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Because you like the other person." That's the only option. Again, I do think it would be fine for the wording to be "because you love the other person." Or, I guess to better match up with the English version, "because you love him." That's the only option.
行こう、かごめさん。
Then in the English version, Kururugi says, "Let's go, Kagome," which is also what the Google Translate result has. And thankfully, we can just exit through this side to get there. I'm not gonna bother running around looking for stuff. I can do that after. Or next stream, I guess. Nope. Right, there's nothing from there that I need. There's only one thing. It's up here. So I may as well friggin' grab it. It's just one thing. It's just one thing.
いいもの見つけた。
What even is it? God damn it. Let's see. This item is mysterious soil. I'm pretty sure I already have one of those. No, I don't. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Alright. Let's friggin' hurry. Alright. In the English version, InuYasha calls out, Kikyo! Damn it! What did you do to Kikyo? But from the Google Translate result, and from how InuYasha sounded, it's more Kikyo. Like he's in shock of what happened. And then his translation continues with, Damn it! What did you guys do to Kikyo?
桔梗はもう動けない。あとはあの子の魂だけ。
In the English version, Utsugi says Kikyo can't move. All I need now is that boy's soul. From the Google Translate result, Utsugi says Kikyo can't move anymore. All that remains is the child's soul. Which, a little interesting then, because it gives the implication that Kikyo was the big obstacle to get to Kururugi's soul. Alright. In the English version, InuYasha reacts with, What? Which is also what the Google Translate comes out with, but I do feel comfortable with it being, with InuYasha's translation being, What was that?
Naraku が呼んでいる。朝霧島へ行かないと。
In the English version, Utsugi says, Naraku is calling. I need to go to Asagiri Island. While according to the Google Translate results, Utsugi says, Naraku is calling me. I must go to Asagiri Island.
カンナ、私は先に行っている。
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi concludes here with Kana. I will go ahead. While according to the Google Translate result, Utsugi says Kana. I'm going first. Let's see. InuYasha starting with Teme. Interesting. In the English version, InuYasha says, Wait! You're gonna run away? From the Google Translate result, InuYasha is apparently saying, Hey, are you running away? But, again, considering InuYasha started with Teme, I do feel like it could also be interpreted as, You bastard, don't you dare run! And then he just teleports away.
あなたの魂ちょうだい。
In the English version, Kana says, "Give me your soul." While according to the Google Translate result, Kana says, "Give me your soul." This is going to be a rough fight. Because all of Kana's tells are verbal. And I don't know Japanese. She's got one move that will reflect whatever attack you have. In English, she says, "You can have it back." I don't know what the hell she's going to say in Japanese that signifies that. I feel like that's the... I feel like that's the tell there. No, don't you fucking dare.
輝ける光よ、守りの力を我らに。
Just may as well go big defense. Screw it, I'm gonna try it. Yep, okay, that's the reflection. Pierce! And flashbang. Oh! Okay, yeah, that did a lot of damage. Oh boy. Ah. Okay. Ah, that's a lot of damage. All right. You back up because I was stupid and wanted to check. Hey, Sango's got a crap ton of energy, so may as well use it. Oh, good crits! Let's see here. God damn it. Well, one thing I do know, she can't reflect co-op text. You know what? Give an InuYasha nectar. Oh, was that a crit? Probably not. No, but still a lot of damage! Actually. Yeah, defense up, sure. Huh, okay.
よーし。燃え盛る炎。
I'm gonna have to translate an item.
怒りの刃となれ。どうだ。
What cures confusion? That's darkness, I think. There, that cures confusion. Just have to look for the character. No, that's... sure. Because Shippo's not gonna do anything else, and he's hella fast. You really like trying to confuse InuYasha, don't you? Alright, Shippo, you're gonna have to use that item again. Oh wait, that was rapid fire. God damn it! I meant to use aim shot. Yeah. Well, no, not that one. There we go. And supposedly, Kana is now dead. There's no cutscene for it, but her model's not there after the fight, and she doesn't appear after. And she doesn't appear and is never mentioned again after this, so she's very likely dead. Oh, hello. That is Kagome and InuYasha co-op tech. Oh no, that's Michiru and InuYasha. Why the hell did I think that said Kagome? And this one is Michiru and Sango? Yeah. Okay. Alright. We're fixed!
キキョウ、しっかりしろ、キキョウ。
In the English version, InuYasha calls out, Kikyo, hang on! Kikyo! From the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, Kikyo, pull yourself together, Kikyo! That doesn't need translating, that's just Kikyo groaning as she regains consciousness. Come on.
犬夜叉、なぜここに？
In the English version, Kikyo says, InuYasha, what are you doing here? But from the Google Translate results, Kikyo asks, InuYasha, why are you here?
そうか。お前たちに助けられたのか。
And then in the English version, she says, I see. You saved me. From the Google Translate result, apparently Kikyo says, so, did you guys help me? Which I think I'd be a little better with the translation being, I see. You guys helped me.
キキョウ、間に合ってよかった。
In the English version, Kururugi says, Kikyo, I'm glad we made it on time. From the Google Translate result, though, apparently Kururugi is saying, I'm glad we met Kikyo. That doesn't seem right to me. I think the translation should be, I'm glad we made it, Kikyo. The DL translation results isn't a whole lot better, with Kururugi apparently saying, Kikyo, I'm glad you're still around. Yeah, I think I'd rather it be, I'm glad you're okay, Kikyo. Or, I'm glad we made it. Yeah, I'm glad we made it, Kikyo.
お前はずいぶん明るい顔になったな。
Or I guess it could be, I'm glad you're okay, Kikyo. But, yeah, whatever. In the English version, Kikyo says, you look much more cheerful now. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, your face has brightened up a lot. Which is very much interesting if on a Kagome route, considering not long prior, Michiru had to hear from the girl he loved that she loves someone else? So that would just be a bit weird, but fucking whatever.
どうやらお前も自分の答えを見つけたようだな。
Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo continues with, you must have found the answers you were looking for. From the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, apparently, looks like you found your answer. I think I'd be fine rewording that to, it would seem you found your answer.
自分の気持ちに正直に、みんなと一緒に進んでみる。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, yeah, I'm being true to my feelings, and I'm gonna keep going with InuYasha and the others. treat that first bit as Kururugi nodding in confirmation to Kikyo's assumption. Then the rest of the Google Translate result comes out as, I'll be honest with my feelings, and move forward together with everyone.
本当に大丈夫？
In the English version, Kururugi asks, are you sure you're alright? The Google Translate result just has Kururugi say, are you sure? But considering there is mention of Daijobu, I'm pretty sure it should be, are you sure you're okay?
ああ、それよりお前たち、奈落を追うのではないのか?
From the English version, Kikyo says, yes. Weren't you all trying to find Naraku? From the Google Translate result, Kikyo responds with, yes. More importantly, aren't you all going to pursue Naraku?
うん。宇津木が朝霧島に奈落がいるって言ってた。
From the English version, Kururugi says, yes, Utsugi was saying that Naraku is on Asagiri Island. Let's see here. Again, it starts with Kururugi nodding in confirmation to Kikyo's question. The rest of the Google Translate result for Kururugi is, Utsugi said that Naraku is on Asagiri Island.
朝霧島なら、この先の潮騒の村から船に乗れば行けるはず。
In the English version, Kikyo says, if you want to go to Asagiri Island, take a boat from Shiosai Village. From the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, if you want to go to Asagiri Island, you should be able to get there by boat from Shiosai Village up ahead.
早く行くがいい。
In the English version, Kikyo says, you shouldn't delay. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, you should go quickly.
Kikyo, どこに行くんだ?
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha calls out, Kikyo, where are you going? The Google Translate result has InuYasha ask, Kikyo, where are you going?
犬夜叉、また会おう。
In the English version, Kikyo responds with InuYasha, I will see you again. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, I'll see you later, InuYasha.
Kikyo.
Don't need to translate that, that's just InuYasha saying Kikyo's name.
Kikyo, ありがとう。
I don't really need to translate this, it's just Kururugi saying, thank you, Kikyo, or Kikyo, thank you, however the translator would turn it out. But I am a little surprised that this is an internal thought for Kururugi and not Kururugi just saying thank you as Kikyo leaves. Yeah, English version has Kururugi say thank you, Kikyo, and that's apparently what the Google Translate has it come out as too. Now, love of... I'll get the English version where I need it.
Sate, 朝霧島に向かうとしますか。
From the English version, Moroku says, so, our destination is Asagiri Island. From the Google Translate result, Moroku says, well then, shall we head to Asagiri Island?
桔梗も言ってたけど、まずは潮騒の村へ行って船を探さないとね。
Let's see. In the English version, Songo follows up with, first, we have to go to Shiosai village and find a boat, like Kikyo suggested. While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, like Kikyo said, we first need to go to Shiosai village and look for a boat. Interestingly, it's translating Shiosai village as a village of the sound of waves. What is this, Naruto? Let's see. In the English version, Shippo cheers out with, the sea! The sea! It's been ages since I've been to the sea! While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo cheers out, the sea! The sea! It's been a while!
船か。
Huh. From the English version, Kagome says, a boat? Which is apparently what Kagome is saying as well, in the form of a question, but from the sound of her voice, it was more like, from the way she said it, it seemed a bit more like she was daydreaming a little about being on a boat. Probably.
女の子を船に乗せてクルージング。ちょっと憧れちゃうよな。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi said, it would be fun to take a girl and go cruising on a boat. From the Google Translate results, Kururugi is apparently saying taking a cruise with a girl on a boat. I kind of envy you. I don't know if I kind of envy you is what it should be here. I almost want to say I'm a little envious. Maybe? Envious because it's the whole group going on a boat. From the Deep L translation results, Kurugi says, cruising with the girls on the sea. I'm kind of longing for it. Yeah, I do think the translation should be taking a cruise with a girl on a boat. I'm a little envious.
結構ロマンチストなんだ。
Oh, that was an interesting start. In the English version, Kagome remarks, you're quite the romantic. While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome responds with, you're quite a romantic.
それはまあね。
Let's see. Actually, hold on. From Kururugi's translation, again, I kind of want to look back at that. Because the English version, Kururugi said it would be fun to take a girl out on a boat for a cruise. Kururugi's translation was taking a cruise with a girl on a boat. And then for some reason with I kind of envy you, I almost want to change that to sounds like it would be fun. I don't know. In the English version for here, though, Kururugi responds with, I guess. The Google Translate result, though, apparently has Kururugi saying, well, that's, well... but according to the Deep L translation result, Kururugi's response is, that's, well, you know. Which, I kind of like a bit better.
あなたは誰かと二人きりで船に乗りたいわけですな。
Let's see, in the English version, Moroku chimes in with, so, you'd like to go on a boat alone with someone else? While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, I see. So you want to go on a boat trip alone with someone. In the English version, Shippo chimes in with, who do you want to go with? While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo asks, who do you want to ride with?
急にそんなこと言われても、僕。
In the English version, Kururugi's reaction is, huh? You can't ask me that. From the Google Translate results, actually, I just wanted to take a peek at Shippo's translation again. Okay, so Shippo's was in the form of a question. So Kururugi's response from the English version should be, huh? Even if you suddenly ask something like that, well, I...
あれ？何赤くなってるの？
Okay, no, that's cute. Kagome's getting a little nosy. That Ane at the start, she's like, she wants to tease him. She wants to tease Michiru about something. In the English version, Kagome asks, "What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing?" From the Google Translate result, though, Kagome says, why are you blushing?
なあ、なんかあんのかよ。
In the English version, InuYasha responds with, what is it? While according to the Google Translate results, InuYasha is apparently asking, hey, is there something? I think that could be, hey, is there something going on? From Kururugi, in the English version, the response is, it's nothing. From the Google Translate result, considering there was a slight stutter to Kururugi's voice there, even though it doesn't show a repeated character at the start, the response is, there's nothing. No, that doesn't feel right as a response. So, InuYasha... God damn it, I need to pull his back up. So from InuYasha's, the translation came out as, hey, is there something? I think is fine at being reworded to, hey, what is it? To which Kururugi's response would be, it's nothing.
何赤くなってんだよ、おめえ。変なやつだな。
In the English version, InuYasha then responds with, you really are blushing, weirdo. While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, why are you blushing? You're a weird guy. I don't know, I think I'd reword that to, you really are blushing. You're a weird guy. Or, you're being weird. Or, you're really weird. Any of those three, I think, would be perfectly fine.
InuYasha, ごめん。
And of course, this is Kururugi's inner thoughts. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts are, I'm sorry, InuYasha. While according to the Google Translate result, it's, sorry, InuYasha.
僕はやっぱりカゴメさんが好きだ。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, I really do like Kagome. While according to the Google Translate results, the translation is, I really love Kagome. I feel like that could be stretched out to, I really am in love with Kagome.
たとえ口に出さないまま終わってもいい。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, but it can pass without me ever having said anything. But according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, even if it ends without being said aloud.
でも仕方ないからって諦めたりだけはしない。
I don't know about that. I need to double check that. Okay, no, the other translator is borked. Let's see. The English version continues with Kururugi's thoughts being, but I don't want to give up, just because there's no use. While according to the Google Translate results, it continues with, but just because there's no other way, I won't give up. This might be a little weird, but I think I'd do a little kind of combining between this part of Kururugi's thoughts and the previous one. So that, one moment. Let's see. What the hell was that? Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think I know what I can do to mess with this. It might be a little weird, but from this part of Kururugi's inner thoughts and the one before that was the even if it ends without being said aloud, I think to reword that whole bit, I'd have it as, but even if it ends without being said aloud, I won't give up just because there's no other way.
自分の気持ちは止められないから。
Now then, what does this say? In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, "I can't stop the way I feel." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts end on, "Because I can't stop my feelings." And with that, well, we've got a little bit of other places to go, including our destination of Shiosai Village. But that's gonna do it for this stream. It would have ended earlier if I didn't have that goddamn mic flub. Sorry on my part. But until next time, this has been the After Guardian. See ya.